one, yeah.
You got a Wi-Fi here, though?
There's a Starlink on MWX. What's the Starlink password for
Capital NWX.
Capital.
Yeah. Hash.
Which one is it? Oh. Let's go. Oh, hash. Right.
Yeah. Capital M.
Yeah.
Media. Media.
As in capitals and that?
No.
PCI?
Yeah. And I think it's either 25 or 2025. I think it's 25.
25.
Yeah.
We're going to 25.
Yeah.
There you are now.
Yeah, all good.
Good.
It depends on some portals. You require 2 numbers or 4 numbers or.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So we always use the same.
Isabel's running 15 minutes late.
Yeah, I realize it's got a question. Is that a wedding now?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem at all.
And you're very welcome to a Railway Union Cricket Club in Sandymount in Dublin, Ireland. The Evoke Super Series Trophy here at Park Avenue, home of Railway Union Cricket Club. And this is the first of two games we're going to see today. Typhoons against the Scorchers. I'm John Kenny. Good morning to you. A little breezy, overcast, but starting to get warmer. And we're not expecting any rain today, so it looks like we're going to get a full day's play between these three sides. The defending champions, the Dragons, have won 2 out of 2 so far. The first series of games taking place in Breedy. Dragons winning 2 games. They top the table with 8 points. Scorchers in second place, 1 win for them. They do have a bonus point, though, and they're on 5. And the Typhoons looking for their first victory today, bottom of the table, 2 games and 2 defeats so far. Scorchers won the toss, and they have elected to bowl, as you can see there. Annabelle Squires, one of the 2 batters opening the batting for the Typhoons. And it looks like we're going to have Ava Canning to open the bowling then for the Scorchers. 21-year-old. Irish bowler as well, 32 T20 internationals for her. Our 2 umpires today are Ali Begg and William Clark, and we're underway. Loose down the leg side. Rebecca Stokel facing now. Canning. Alice Walsh, a 19-year-old Irish under-19 international. Opening the batting as well. Just paddle around the corner down to fine leg, just to be a single there. Sun is starting to peek through, and you can definitely feel the warmth in the air. It was a cool old breezy morning. So it's in the tent, sitting with jackets on at the moment, but it's starting to get warmer, and as I said at the start, there's no threat of rain, although it is pretty cloudy at the start here in this first game of 2. Oh, it's nicely bowled. That went through the gap and might go all the way to the boundary. Now they're going to cut it off down there, but they'll run through for 2. And that was well bowled. Plenty of hands on head out there. I had it missed. Good start from Canning. That's on the money again. I just flicked around the corner. That might be a leg by. Nope. In fact, that's just nicked around the corner. Stokel off the mark finally in the 3rd delivery she's faced. Final ball then of Canning's opening over. Let's paddle around into the leg side. There is cover down there though, so it'll just be a single to end that over. At the end of the first over then, Typhoons, who are asked to bat, are 6 without loss. Jane Maguire is captaining the Typhoons this year. Christina Coulter-Riley is taking charge of the Scorchers this season in this T20 format. Lucy Barry then, to open at the far end, starts with a wide down the leg side. Let's call that a bit of a loosener. One slip in place. That's well bowled. That's that area should be looking at with that slip in place. Contest once again this year between the Scorchers, Typhoons and the Dragons. T50 and T20 competitions. That's another wide. Just straining a little bit too hard. First delivery down the leg side, also deemed a wide. That's better. Should be two. Just straying down the leg side a little bit. Yes, Lucy Barry on a couple of occasions there. One too wide. Just hasn't quite got her line right. And this her opening over. 10 without a loss. Just the two deliveries. Legal delivery so far in this over. William Clark and Ali Begg are two umpires today. Bala Kailash is our match referee. Oh, swing and a miss by Walsh. Just stepped away from his stumps. Tried to crash that into the leg side. Perhaps fortunate not to get anything on that. Diminutive player. Gets a single off that delivery. Down the leg side, and that's not the greatest of start so far. Barry, 3 or 4 deliveries now down that leg side have yielded wides. That's better. And finally the second over comes to an end. They've added 5 to that total. Takes them to 12 without loss at the end of 2. Eva Canning just got 1 over from the commentary box end. So Sophie McMahon, 28-year-old Dubliner, bowls her first over. And loud appeals and out, and what a start. First wicket falls with the score on 12. And McMahon replacing Ava Canning. Gets the wicket. And Walsh departs LBW for 5. Typhoons looking for their first win in the competition. It's not a great start from them. Walsh departs with a score on 12. Yeah, full delivery. Yeah, that was going to crash into the middle stump, no doubt about that. Finger went up. And Walsh departs with the score on 12. That brings Sarah Forbes to the crease, the 22-year-old. Top order Irish international, Sarah Forbes. Joins Rebecca Stokel out in the middle. Gave it plenty of air, did McMahon with that first delivery. Fooled Walsh, who was plumb in front. A bit of a stifled appeal there. It might be a bit of an inside edge, but this is a good start from McMahon. Delivery 1 yields a wicket. Delivery 2 tucks up Forbes. Just ease down towards backward point, and Forbes is off the mark. An early setback then for Typhoons, losing Alice Walsh in the 3rd over. It was a very good start from McMahon. Wicket with the first ball of her spell. Dot ball and then just 3 singles so far, so good start from her if she can get out of this over. Cracked into the offside, but nicely fielded by Gabby Lewis, and that ends that 3rd over then. 15 for 1 at the end of that. Scorchers rotating their bowling lineup. Just got the 1 over from Lucy Barry at the far end. Leah Paul now on for her first over. Immediately 1 to the total. Just a bit of a loosener. Manny Begg, the umpire at the far end, he's got all sorts of accoutrements attached to his belt, caps and you name it. Circumspect start for the Typhoons, who were asked to bat, having lost the toss. Good delivery from Paul. Batter shows the maker's name. Straight back to the bowler. No boundary so far in the first 3.2 overs. Good tight bowling so far. A little wayward from Lucy Barry, but Sophie McMahon striking with her first delivery. Down on one knee. Trying to crack there through the offside, but just left her. Nicely bowled from Leopold. Just rolled the fingers around the ball. Christina Coulter-Riley, captain and wicket keeper. I think 21-year-old. Behind the stumps. Five on the offside for the Scorchers. They got 4 on the leg, 1 mid-wicket boundary as cover. Just tucks it up, nicely bowled. A couple of deliveries from Leopold if left the batter, that one into the midriff. Another dot ball. Yeah, it's nicely bowled. Just couldn't free the arms. So we're going to get a maiden. Oh, dropped. Driven. Straight. Into the fielder's midriff, and unfortunately dropped. End of the 4th over, 16 for 1. As the Ringsend Towers in the background here, providing the backdrop to this Evoke Super Series. Rebecca Stokel. Sarah Forbes trying to build a total here. Sophie McMahon, her second over. I'm going to take a quick single. That's nicely run, just a little nudge and run. Clipped in the air and gone. Nice easy catch. Well, they dropped one in the previous over, but that one tried just turn it into the leg side, but it just got a big leading edge, and Gabby Lewis is too experienced to drop those. Nice easy catch, and the second wicket falls with the score on 17, and the Typhoons are in a bit of trouble. Forbes caught Lewis, bowled McMahon for 2. Off 10 deliveries, 17 for 2, and this is how she departed. Just held up, tried to clip it into the leg, and Lewis gleefully takes the catch. Easy catch for her. And 17 for 2. Bring Leopold to the crease for the Typhoons, the 25-year-old all-rounder, Irish international as well, very experienced Irish international, stands on the cusp of 50 T20s for our country. Bit of work to do now for the Typhoons, losing those 2 early wickets. McMahon with both of those from the commentary box end. Two wickets. 1.2 overs, just 4 runs conceded. That's a no ball. And they'll run through for a single as well. So 2 to the total, very welcome. Free hit for that no ball. So a chance for the Typhoons to have a crack at getting their first boundary of the morning. And nothing comes of it, which is a shame. Stokel charging the bowler, but although she got something on it, couldn't wriggle his way past the wicket keeper, so it remains on 19 for 2. That's an opportunity lost. This one though gets the boundary. Nothing came from the free hit, and then with a legitimate ball, first boundary of the morning, beautifully struck into the leg side, nobody down there, and fairly whistles at the boundary for the first 4 runs of the morning. Nicely taken off the off stump and then whipped around to leg and down towards the little temporary dressing rooms, and that's wide. Sophie McMahon, who'd started well, right on the money, just a little wayward now, has taken a wicket though in this over with her second delivery, but has overstepped with a no ball, giving a free hit which came to nothing. Conceded a boundary and that one a wide. It's good feeling though from the Scorchers so far. A good strong line on that offside of 5. Backward point. Gully area. Gabby Lewis, short cover. Mid on, mid off. Slower delivery that time. And that's the end of the over. 5 down now. And Typhoons 24 for 2, having been asked to bat. McMahon with both of the wickets this morning. Free entry in. If you're down near Railway Union, want to pop along, see some top class women's cricket. .24 for 2 now. Stokel on 7. Paul just the one delivery face thus far. Laura McBride now, the 19-year-old from the far end. Under 19 international. First time we've seen spin this morning. She started well. Just coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Flatter delivery that time. Plenty of time for Paul just to rock back on the back foot and just ease it into the leg side for a single. Good start from the Scorchers here, 2 down. That's been joined by former Irish captain Isabel Joyce, who's made her way to the commentary box. Good morning.
Morning, John.
Sound like you're out of breath. A bit of a rush.
That just shows my lack of fitness.
Oh, it's cracked into the offside. It's going to beat the 2 fielders down there, and it's gone away for the second boundary of the morning. And Stokel, for the first time, starting to open up. That's our second boundary of the morning too.
Yeah, great reach, just using all of her ability down the track. Nice footwork as well.
Typhoons could do with a win today, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Having lost the opening 2 games for them up in Breedy.
Yeah, they had a tough time up there, but you know, a couple of wins in this festival and they're right back in it. Dragons in their home series getting some wins on the board. So power play, you'd say the Scorchers have been on top, and a couple of early wickets for them. Walsh and Forbes going for 5 and 2, and Stokel and Leah Paul, the 2 Marion girls, know each other very well. They're trying to rebuild things here in Railway Union.
Here's the bowling card so far. McMahon with the 2 wickets to fall so far, and there are 2 overs. Karina Bell, is it? Yeah. Wearing 25, coming from the commentary box end for her first over.
Obviously he's professional for Leinster Cricket Club, bowls decent pace. A little bit of shape away as well there. Stoke will be frustrated she missed out in a full toss. The extra pace could actually work out well for the Typhoons, because not the quickest pitch going around.
That's nicely done, round the corner. Didn't miss out that time.
Yeah, another full toss, she was ready for it. Helped it around the corner, and that extra pace means it flew to the boundary. A couple of boundaries in quick succession here as the Typhoons look to try and make something to defend.
Kind of got a hand to that. That's a good half stop, but didn't yield any runs. Boundary pushed in a little bit from the normal boundary we have here for this T20 game. I played against you here. Do you remember that?
I don't.
We had an RT cricket team against the BBC team, and you played for them. And I faced you.
Oh, right.
I did.
I'm sure you hit 6 sixes, was it?
No. I got to 19, you know the 20 and you walk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to 19 and I took off, and the guy at the other end went, no. So,
You know you don't run on 19, you have to hit a boundary.
well, I wasn't good enough to do that. I just pushed and run. Tried to get out of there.
The other guy didn't get the memo, he thought you were going for the big heave ho.
Exactly. Changing the field. Canningham's gone deeper on the leg side now. 2 guarding that leg side boundary. Swing and a miss. That's a better delivery, that one. And that corridor of uncertainty to end that the 7th over. And the Typhoons put into bat. 34 for 2 now.
Good to see Freya Sargent. She was at the front there, back in the Typhoons colours. Injured for quite a long time, so she'll be a big addition with the Zimbabwe series coming up. I'm sure she'll be looking for a reintroduction to the Irish team. She missed out on those qualifiers in Pakistan a couple of months ago. Big loss, because she's probably the premier spinner in the team at the moment.
Interesting moment there. The water carrier came onto the pitch and was immediately hustled off by Azam Ali Beg.
Probably should be running a single there. Just pushed into the covers.
Fine leg has come finer and shorter. Little reverse attempt there, got something on it. Should be just a single to Leopold.
I think she was more like distractics than any contact with the ball.
There was no
Christina
contact at all.
Coulter-Riley,
That was
yeah.
a bye, yeah.
Yeah, Christina Coulter-Riley, I'd say that must be difficult as a keeper with, especially reverse sweeps. You're trying to protect yourself, but then catch the ball.
Captain this year, behind the stumps. Push and run. Misfield helps the cause. Once the total. Stokel just starting to get going now. 17 from her 21 deliveries faced. Oh, just 2 from her 6. McBride now again going around the wicket to the left-hander. On the leg side. There's a little tickle on that. They've claimed it and it's gone. Oh dear. That wasn't the most convincing of shots. And you were mentioning that Coulter-Riley trying to protect herself behind the stumps. Well, she snapped that up nicely. And that's another gone. Paul gone for 2. 36 for 3 now and in a bit of trouble.
She's bowled well. Good lengths from Lara McBride in particular. Paul looking to help it down the leg side. And good movement from Christina Coulter-Riley behind the stumps. I think it was about waiting to see if she'd actually managed to juggle and hold on, as Amali Beg says she has, and Leopold departs. So Laura Delaney coming in at number 5 for the Typhoons.
Former Irish captain. Lost that to Gabby Lewis. Not captain of the Typhoons this year either. Jane Maguire, the 22-year-old, is the captain of Typhoons this season. Delaney, very experienced, 32-year-old. Brother Gareth, cousin David, family steeped in cricket. Irish caps at T20 level is off the mark immediately.
Yeah, Laura would have come into the Ireland team kind of at the back end of when ODIs were more the main diet for international cricket. A couple of years later it was nearly all T20s from about 2012 onwards.
Yeah, she's more than 60 caps at the ODI level as well. That's the end of the over. 38 for 3 at the end of 8. A lot depending on these two, really. Stokel and Delaney with those 3 wickets back in the hutch already. They don't want to lose their wickets, so I think at this stage it might be a case of just bedding in.
Yeah, they do have Zara Craig, who's been in good form. Annabelle Squires has been in good club form. Probably hasn't scored the weight of runs at this level. And then Joanna Loughran, the keeper. So those are the 3 out-and-out batters still in the team. I think Stokel probably wished she'd sent that over the tents at the Park Avenue side. She's really struggled with her length so far. Karina Bell. You were talking about the captains, John. It's great to see some younger people given the opportunity to lead and get that experience. Christina Coulter-Riley, the captain for the Scorchers, and I think this is her first year actually captaining club, so she's doing it all at once. Bit of a baptism of fire for her.
Well, if you're not in, you can't win. It's a good idea to spread the captaincy around. Take the responsibility. That's a better delivery from Bell, who's a struggle with her length in the opening. Over and a bit from her. Dug it in, didn't you?
That wasn't what Rebecca Stokel meant to do at all. Just looking a little bit frustrated. She's got to stick in here because it's not going to be any easier for the next batters coming out.
Doesn't seem to be coming on too well to the batter. Have to wait for it. It's in the air. Oh, it's going to drop short of Gabby Lewis. Immediately fires it back to her captain. That's good fielding. Keeps the batters honest as well.
I think Gabby Lewis had just dropped to the circle that ball, and she's probably wishing she hadn't because it would have flown straight to where she's standing right now, quite tight in an extra cover. Laura Delaney just having a chat to Rebecca Stokel, probably telling her try not to get frustrated. The colour of the pitch, you can see it looks like it's a little bit, it's going to be a little bit slow.
Should be two here. Yeah, Stokel, big tall lady, big strides, gets down to the far end and adds 2 to the total. And at the end of 9, Typhoons, having been put into bat, lost the toss, are 42 for 3.
Some of the families of the players, I think that's Scorchers families over there. Ellie McGee's mum.
Yeah, it seems like they're settling in for the afternoon, even though it's still morning. Prompt start. First of 2 games here. 3 in total over the 2 days.
Shifa Boja into the attack and a boundary straight away. The first one for Laura Delaney. Oh, it's actually not going to make it, is it?
Nope.
A little bit slow in the outfield.
That's nicely played. That's going to go all the way to the boundaries coming down towards us. No, it's not. That's amazing. Just a little feather. And it looked all the way a boundary, and that's 2 in a row we've seen now just pull up short.
Yeah, the grass very lush here in Railway Union, so I think it's just, it's not long, it's like it's thick or something,
Yeah.
but that looked like it was going up a hill at the end. Just means that if you're the Scorchers, you're having a look, I think maybe a good score is actually lower than what you'd usually expect.
Delaney quickly on to 6. Could have been a few more. The grass being a bit shorter. Coming to the midway point of the Typhoons innings.
First time being here since the new indoor centre over there, JK. What do you make of it?
Well, I'd say it's the first time I've been here now in a while. We did play a couple of games here ourselves down the years, but the place looks rather resplendent today, I must say. Looks really well. The commentaries have done on the matches in the T20 series, and men's and women's. We've done it across the road in Pembroke. But nice to be here in Railway. Looks really, really nice. Fine ground.
Yeah, lots of seating around in front of the bar. Good to see people making use, and a little coffee shop as well.
Coffee, eh? That's a new thing. Delaney pushes a single and will retain the strike at the end of 10. Having been put onto bat, 3 wickets have fallen for the Typhoons, and at the end of 10 they're 47 for 3. Delaney on 7, Stokel on 21.
There it is. Some of it's the indoor centre, some of it's a new gym and studio, and then
So the bowling green's still there.
bowling green, yeah. There's the coffee shop off the rails.
My uncle, who lives around the corner, used to bowl there quite a bit. Bowling green. Frank, good morning if you're tuned in. Down there in Sandymount. I live down in Sallins and Kildare in Ireland, and driving up this morning, seeing so many people out running as well. It seems to be the new thing. A lot of people out running, and then obviously have a coffee afterwards. Wouldn't be a bad place to come.
No. It's not as cold as usual here in Railway.
No, it's lovely, it's pleasant. It's been cooler this morning now. Jackets have been dispensed with. The clouds are starting to break overhead. Might have a bit of sunshine as well too. No rain forecast today, which is great, so we're going to get full play in both of these games. Typhoons looking for their first win in the series.
Sophie McMahon just bowling a nagging length that would be difficult on a little bit of a slow surface.
Run rate just creeping up a little bit now. We're below 4. Delaney's added a bit of impetus. Not on these two shoulders, I would think. On the first one quickly, but Ava Canning comes in to stop the second.
Yeah, not the kind of boundaries where you can drop it on the ring and the fielders are out so far that you can run the second.
Push and run from Delaney. Puts her on to 9. Zimbabwe series you mentioned, important one for Ireland, even though the work qualifiers didn't work out from their point of view, but it's an important series against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, they do have Pakistan then afterwards, and then T20 World Cup qualifiers, the Europe ones in August. So it's been a quiet couple of months since the one day qualifiers, but the T20 ones starting up now. That if they get through that, I think it's 2 teams make it through out of 4 between Ireland, Netherlands, Italy, and Germany. And then 2 of them make it forward to the global qualifier, which I believe will be in January.
We would expect Ireland to get through from that quartet initially. It's the end of the over. Getting quickly through the overs here. 11 down, 51 for 3. Batting card, Typhoons put into bat. Stokel 23 not out. Delaney there on 9. Walsh, Forbes and Paul all failing to get into double figures. McMahon with a couple, McBride the other. Bowling figures. Ava Canning opened the bowling, haven't seen her since though. And 2 for McMahon from her 3 overs. Stokel pushes it past the bowler for a single. Delaney responds.
Yes, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big boundary hitting day, so it's all about rotating the strike. And if you do get the bad ball, and probably the couple of times they've got the bad ball, they've missed out. Just that one full toss that Rebecca Stokel was able to put to the boundary a couple of overs ago.
Delaney. Trying to force into the offside was well bowled.
Yeah, it sounded fleshy, didn't it?
Did, yeah.
You wear
Ouch.
those thigh pads and then you're just hoping that that's where it hits you.
Stokel just inquiring of Delaney that she's all right.
Really good work behind the stumps from Christina Coulter-Roy. Not easy standing up to a seamer, no matter who it is, especially when it's not your club mate. Obviously, only get to know the bowlers and the Scorchers for for a few games, not week in, week out with your club.
Oh, good anticipation, all right. Still yielded a single though, 53 for 3.
I think that shot tells you that it's not easy batting out there, because usually Laura Delaney, anything short and wide is carved to the boundary, but threw the shot so early that it's mid-off, who comes round and fields it.
Yeah, you're just waiting for that delivery, aren't you? The ball comes up off a pudding pitch, and all you can do is just get something on it. Ava Canning at short cover. Plenty of air there. And a good call through from Delaney. Not the greatest of throws back to the wicketkeeper, but it was backing up there, so just a single.
That was a very wild throw, but Karina Bell doing well in the right position.
They're pretty flying through these overs. We haven't reached the hour mark yet. And this is the 12th.
You get a less of an allowance for your overs in women's cricket, of course, so you do have to make sure they get through. An hour and 10 for the 20 overs is what the allowance is. Hour 10, hour 15. Can't remember which it is between them, but men's it's an hour 20, I think.
The way things are going out there, might be much past the hour mark when they get the 20 overs in. Because we're done with 12 now, and they're 53 for 3. Stokel on 25, Delaney on 11.
Yeah, nice little partnership building here. It looks like that frustration Stokel was feeling, she's managed to assuage. 6 bowlers used. There are actually other bowlers they can call on, but surprised not to see Ava Canning return yet. Just the one over at the top with Lucy Barry, who's been impressive this season. All the bowlers performing. It's going to be Lucy Barry to come back.
Switching ends. Saying the umpires have seemed to develop this kind of new systems with belts and things that tops are never around the shoulders anymore. They're just hanging loosely by the side, and caps and you name it, mobile phones. Well, I can't believe there's mobile phones out there. Oh, that's in the air and that's out. Laura Delaney trying to work that into the leg side, get a big thick edge and backward point. Snaps it up on the 4th wicket down in the 13th over. 56 for 4 now. Delaney gone for 11.
Well, just as we were talking about a partnership building, they added 20 for that wicket. Looking to go into the leg side, Laura Delaney, and as you say, ballooned up to point. I think it was Lara McBride who caught it there. A bit of shape away. Pretty impressive at this stage in the game. Easy catch, but she would have been forgiven for looking into mid-wicket there, Lara McBride, and missing it, but managed to grab on. Jane Maguire, the Typhoons captain, coming out at number 6 for them. Really added to her batting in the last year or two. Very strong down the ground and into mid-wicket.
Years of age now, Irish international. Dublin, her sister Amy's with the Scorchers, not involved today. Sun breaks through. It's pretty cloudy looking. I was up near the Dublin Mountains this morning coming over the M50 to get here. You can see the mist in the distance. I'm thinking, uh-oh. But that's all been burnt off now, and it's a really nice morning. Temperatures starting to climb towards the 20s. So prospect of a full day's play here for both of these games. The first one of 2 today. Scorchers against the Typhoons. Scorchers with their 1 victory so far in the opening set of games up in Breedy, but they do have a bonus point as well, so that could be crucial. Final series of matches next weekend. A bit of a stifled appeal. I'm going to run through for a leg bye. Oh, she actually got something on it, Tony.
I think that's the only way she wasn't going to be given out, is that she actually got an inside edge.
Here it is again. Yeah, big inside edge. Onto the pads. Reaches for that, and that's one that's going to go to the boundary. That's crisply hit by Stokel. That's the most impressive boundary we've seen in the morning so far. Straight down the ground. 2 fielders trying to dive to cut it off, but in vain.
They're coming down the pitch. She's obviously decided now is the time to go. Really had to reach Rebecca Stokel and did well to send it straighter than usual to beat Emma Richardson mid-off.
Again, advancing towards the bowler. This time, not the greatest of contacts, but a single into the leg side. Stokel on to 30. 62 for 4. Delaney dismissed by Barry in this over. Who switched ends. Couldn't stop off her own bowling. That's the end of 13 now. 62 for 4.
Lots of cricket going on around the country today. Irish Senior Cup and National Cup fixtures. Really looking forward to seeing who makes it through. There's some brilliant matchups. Clontarf Pembroke probably the pick of them. Clontarf are at the top of the table at the moment in Leinster, but Pembroke have an embarrassment of riches. Really interesting to see who from the Irish team is actually going to play in that fixture. Barry McCarthy was looking a little bit uncomfortable during the week when he was bowling up in Stormont for the Interprovincial T20 Trophy Festival up there.
A lot of concentration on the men's on the T20s. They do have a series against England in September in Malahide. Possibly 2 test matches in Bangladesh after that, but nothing officially confirmed yet on that score, but the English matches certainly are going ahead. It's quite enough summer for the Irish men's cricket team on the international stage. Busy now, as you mentioned, for the women. Series against Zimbabwe, Pakistan, and then the first of the T20 qualifiers. It's in the air. Anybody underneath it? Well, 2 descend upon it. And Stokel's going to come back for the second. The air pushes. Oh, that's hit the stumps. That's a brilliant throw.
Yeah, really well judged from Jay Maguire there to come back, because you wouldn't have thought there was a second on. Keir Gibson in third is a wicket keeper, so you're always interested to see how the wicket keeper's throw gets on. She came around nicely. Have a look at this turn and look, went straight away. Christina Coulter-Riley had to go towards the ball, so that nearly always means you're going to get home safe. Tight enough as it was.
Yeah, well, she took off immediately. As Stokel was just waiting. That's a wide. Was just waiting for the call.
I found it, looking at Christina Kulturati, when that top edge went up, she had absolutely no idea where the ball had gone. So I'm glad it didn't just land right beside her, because those ones can go straight up to the keeper, not on that occasion.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Just ran her fingers over that delivery. Just worked into the leg side. Maguire onto 4. Stokel, who a lot of the Typhoons players will be relying on at this stage, with 31 from 35 deliveries. Needs to stay there now.
Look to get 2 here. Sends it forward of Gabby Lewis in the deep.
You'd do well to take on that arm, wouldn't you?
I don't think she realised who it was out there. Rebecca, when she turned and looked to come back for the third, and Shane Maguire just had the hand up. It's a no.
That's a bit of lift now we've seen from the pitch the first time today.
Yeah, I don't think she was expecting that from the body language of Rebecca Stokel. Of course, she wouldn't face Shiva Boja too much, the club mates, so sometimes it can be difficult facing someone from your own club in games, not used to what they bowl.
Fuller delivery this time, but Stokel works it into the leg side. They're going to take a couple here. Again, the arm of Lewis, good and strong. In fact, Lewis was behind. Yeah, that one. 2 from that final delivery then of the 14th over. Typhoons asked to bat, 71 for 4.
That's an O'Brien in the background. And Liam McCarthy, he's been playing lots of cricket the last few weeks. He's got the bat in his hand again. Obviously can't get enough.
See the kid in the background bowling off breaks.
Yeah, you know it's an O'Brien if they're that young and they're bowling off breaks. She missed out there. That was there to hit for Jane McGuire, right up in the hitting arc. Desperate need of a few boundaries here, the Typhoons. Just moving towards around about 100 if they keep going at this rate. It's not going to be enough. Nice looking shot, that one.
Should be 2. Yeah, they're coming back for the second. And out. Didn't make it. Maguire tested the arm. And in the end, run out. Azamali Beg with finger up, and they lose their 5th wicket, trying to get the 2nd. Maguire gone for 4, run out, and 71 for 5 now.
Yeah, really good throw from Lula Little out there. It just shows the strength of her arm. She was running to extra cover, but able to throw it in on the one bounce to the keeper's end. It just felt like she was running in mud there, Jane Maguire. Never seemed to get going in the second run. And she's out by a long way, so an easy decision for Azam Ali Beg. And frustration for Jane Maguire, because she's usually someone who likes to deal in boundaries. Not many boundaries on offer here today. Annabelle Squires out at number 7. usually bats in the top order, so this will be unfamiliar territory for her.
It was a really good throw, wasn't it? Right over the top of the stumps, really. Coulter Riley didn't have to do much there, just take it and whip off the bails.
Yeah, she's nearly always on the boundary. Lulu Little, very, very good boundary rider. Very quick between the wickets, Annabelle Squires. She'll be looking to rotate the strike.
Maguire is gone. We're just waiting for the computer to update on a 71 for 5 now. We're in the 15th over.
Yes, but they'll get the first run. So 72 for 5 because they got the first one, but not the one where she was run out. She needs to try and, well, at this ball, it's a bit of a free hit because wicket maiden so far. Annabelle Squires needs to see if she can get Rebecca Stokel on strike as much as possible, which means it's got to be a 2 or a 4. Or a dot, of course. Wicket maiden in the 15th would be quite something, which is exactly what we've got. Excellent bowling from Karina Bell. 15 gone, 72 for 5. We're just waiting to update the graphics. Something's gone wrong with the wicket, I think, there.
The Scorchers made the right decision, obviously, this morning. It looks like, having won the toss, putting the Typhoons into bat. 72 for 5, 35 to.
This is an interesting
Stokel.
bowling change. I think Lara McBride coming on with her off spin. This might be exactly what Stokel will have wanted. Try and attack someone. Comes straight down and just doesn't beat the fielder there. Lucy Barry in mid-off either side, and that was 4 runs. Field comes in a bit tighter for the new batter. Annabelle Squires, or not from 3, pressure building already.
Eva Canning with the dive, but it beats her with just a single. McBride has bowled well from that far end. Just varying up the pace as well.
Yeah, she's a very canny bowler. Just changed to off spin in more recent times, but a real thinking cricketer, so tends to suit that type of player.
Good running.
I'm just surprised that Rebecca Stokel's not maybe coming at Lara McBride a little bit more, trying to maybe pick a bowler that suits her to look to hit a few boundaries. They really need an acceleration at this point.
Yeah, he was saying in around 100. It's looking a little in the distance now at the moment. It's coming towards the end of the 16th over. 75 for 5. Push and run. Stumps, and is that out? Nope. Not by much though.
And it was close, and it was more because she just plonked the bat down rather than sliding it. Just about managed to do it in time, it seems, but well weighted shot. She didn't hit it too hard, which was the key. If she'd hit it harder than that, it would have been, yeah.
Just got home. Just got home. That one has gone all the way for the maximum. Stokel decides now's the time, and that's their first maximum of the match.
Yeah, brilliant shot this. She's got such good reach, Rebecca Stokel. A little bit of foot movement. Bottom hand comes through at the right time and sails towards the gym there. And look out in the scorer's hut.
Stokel on to 43 from 41, the anchor of this inning so far. Only Laura Delaney has gone into double figures outside of Stokel. One weight's pushed now past 5. 4 overs remaining, 82 for 5.
It's amazing how 6 can suddenly elevate your score, especially when your score is pretty low. Oh, Annabelle Squires missed out. That, I know it was a wide, but it was an opportunity to score her first boundary.
What a wild delivery from Barry. Squires on 2, Stokel on 43.
Overcorrection, but just didn't direct that very well. Annabelle Squires could have hit it pretty much anywhere. Hits it straight to Canning in the deep.
Yeah, that was a gimme, really. Just, unfortunately, from Typhoon's point of view, just a single.
And that's why you want Rebecca Stokel on strike as much as possible, because she's the most likely to take full toll on poor deliveries.
She's on 43. That's a wide. They're going to run through for a second there. Every run valuable now as we come to the back end of the innings. Couple of wides in this Barry over so far. 1 for 17 from her 3.1 overs.
Good work from Sophie McMahon out there. Once again, the short ball just not really punished.
Yeah, Squires hit it straight to the fielder, really. Did well, actually, to cut it off. Keep it to a single. Stokel now on strike. Waited nicely on that. Dissects the 2 fielders round the corner. 4 more welcome runs. Stokel moves on to 47. The total 91 for 5. Nicely hit.
Completely lost her rhythm here, unfortunately. Lucy Barry not looking comfortable at all. Another short delivery, and took a few chances for the Typhoons to take advantage, but Rebecca Stokel does well.
Just a single down to Canning. Yes, that previous delivery, it really just sat up for her nicely, didn't it? She could just walk down from the stumps, just paddle it around the corner, dissect those 2 fielders, as I mentioned down there. Never had a chance of cutting it off. She's too shy now of her half century. The 17th over, looking to push on beyond 3 figures. It's in the air, but just a single. And to mid-on.
Yeah, they've really put the foot on the accelerator these last couple of hours. That's 6 and then a couple of wides and a boundary, really helping them out. That 100's looking a little bit closer now, JK.
Yeah. Last ball of the 17th. Again, too short. Canning won't cut that off. And that's a nice way to get to 50. Stokel coming in with Alice Walsh to open the batting. Still there at the end of the 17th over. 97 for 5. And that's a fine half century from 44 deliveries. The one that's shouldering this responsibility out there for the Typhoons.
A bit of a lone hand from Rebecca Stokel, sticking at the task, and she had to take it pretty deep. Just a step outside off, looking to expose the shorter boundary. Once again, good direction, and there was a diving attempt by Ava Canning in the deep, but the power of Stokel means it went past her. Seems like forever ago that she was struggling and getting frustrated in that over, where Laura Delaney had to have a word with her. She's really got the measure of the pitch at this stage.
Yeah, and watch some of the earlier deliveries, which were all the way along the ground. Some of them didn't reach the boundary. That one had power behind it, and also a little bouncing ball too, which did help in the movement of the ball to the boundary. Down in one leg. Stokel calls her partner through quickly, and this is good from the Typhoons to get Stokel back on strike. It's important.
Yeah, good option from Annabelle Squires, a good hockey player. looking to sweep it. Obviously, she didn't make contact, but good plans from her, I think. Whereas Rebecca Stokel will probably look to come down the pitch. That's more her strength.
There's a change in the field now. Short third in the air. That would just be the single. Oh, that's a misfield. It just said it was going to be a single, but it's a misfield. That's poor fielding down there. It gets the Typhoons into 3 figures. Stokel onto 56, but not great fielding down there.
No, I think she was thinking about the next job, Lucy Barry, throwing it in. Just on the one bounce, always going away from her.
Oh, that's poor from Barry. First things first, get the ball into hand, then decide what to do. They're going to come back for the second here. Taking on the arm. That's good running by Stokel to the danger end.
Yeah, really good running from Annabelle Squires as well, because obviously that would be the end Lucy Barry would have wanted to throw to, the closer end to her. But had to go the other end because Annabelle Squires is so quick at getting back. That was the misfield, the previous delivery. Good thinking from Lara McBride. She saw Rebecca Stokel coming, fires it into the pads.
.58 from 47. 104 for 5. I've been asked to bat. We're in the 18th over. Bit of flight on that delivery. Oh, there might be a one for the overthrow here. Bowler didn't do great there. Went straight through her, so they got a one from the overthrow.
Well, they didn't quite come back, did they? But it nearly could have been a frustrating one because it would have brought Stokel back on strike. What a catch that is from Ava Canning. Brilliant diving one to her right. Wasn't in the air long, but she judged it perfectly. Great technique as well. And Annabelle Squires, she's more done a good job in that she's run well with Rebecca Stokel. 5 from 11 for her. But she'll feel like she's done her job. 105 for 6.
Yeah, good catch low down, wasn't it? Got both hands underneath the ball. It's easy to knock them out, or the ball be knocked out when the elbows hit the ground, but that was a really good catch from Canning.
John O'Loughlin in at number 8. Again, what always happens, and I think this is in Interpro cricket as well as Super Series, players that would normally bat higher up in their clubs coming in lower down the order. Lucy Barry bowled out. She had 3 really good overs. The last one went for 14. Her first 3 went for 14 between them. It'll be Karina Bell to bowl the penultimate.
Sun has sadly disappeared. It's grey overhead now. Temperature's dropped a little bit. 2 overs to go then. The Typhoons innings.
Yeah, good start to that over. Right up in the block hole. She knows Rebecca Stokel's looking to target the short boundary. This gets it right up under the bat.
Looking to get past 120 at least in these next 11 deliveries. That'll help.
Clever stuff.
It's only the singles. They're looking for the second one there to get Stokel back on strike, though.
Yeah, it was really good fielding in the deep by Shiva Boja. Picked it up well. Quick release.
Bell's painting in the background for midday. Important dot ball on that one. Malcolm trying to get something on it. Failed to do so. Needs to get something on it and get to the far end and put Stokel back on strike for these last couple of deliveries of this, the penultimate over. What's the total?
Yeah, that's the right plan. I think she's looking to keep the ball close to that wide line, just went too far outside the white line.
It's at least one. Won't chance the arm. Just take the single.
Yeah, I don't think Rebecca Stokel had any intention of running a second there. She was settled into her crease. She knows she's the one that's got to try and hit boundaries at this stage.
Lockering off the mark. It's in the air. There is a fielder underneath it. And nicely taken too. Good running catch to get rid of Stokel. She's done her job there. Lorna McBride with a nice catch. Running catch too off the shoulder.
I think she's wearing Lara McBride's jumper, but it's Ciara Gibson there.
Ciara Gibson, yeah, okay.
The catch. One of the overseas for Balbriggan.
Stepped across her stumps. Just flew too high in the air, but it was a nice running catch and had to come off the shoulder as well. That's a good catch. Never easy, those. It takes an awful long time to come down. Stokel gone for 60. Fine innings from 51 deliveries. Took her team past those 3 figures, but she's now departed.
Yeah, that really was a brilliant catch, wasn't it? Those ones are very difficult. One of the problems is you're running so much you can't get the hands up in time, but she did exactly what was required. So for the Scorchers, they'll feel like that takes 10 off the total, because if Stokel had remained there for the rest of the innings, you'd think she'd be scoring a few boundaries. Sarah Craig now in at 9, and for these two, they have to just think we've got to score off every ball.
Well, there's one. Couple of wides in this over, but the wicket, the big one, Rebecca Stokel, the previous delivery. And that ends the 19th over. One to come, 109 for 7.
Sophie McMahon gets to bowl the last over, which isn't really a surprise. Senior bowler in the team, apart from Canning. There must be some kind of injury to Canning. You'd have to think that she only bowled 1 over.
Didn't seem to be injured when you took that diving catch. So, but just the 1 over, just from Ava Canning, who opened the bowling. You're right. Just conceded the 3 runs. But no, she hasn't been seen since. So McMahon to bowl this final over then. Looking to get to that 120 mark of this the final over, but it's 2 batters fresh to the crease.
Yeah, 1 boundary and score off every ball. That'll get them close. It won't get them to 120, but thereabouts. Then it'll be a case of some early wickets, because they've got some big hitters in their team. The Scorchers, Lulu Little, Gabby Lewis, boundary strikers. Emma Richardson as well. She might come back for 2 here. Good running from Joanna Loughran. She hit it pretty poorly, but it's worked out well.
Yeah, the fielder down there had to come an awful long way from the boundary. By the time she got there, they had set off for the second. You just never know. Every run counts. Craig on 2, Loughran on 2. 4 deliveries to go from the Typhoons innings point of view. Nicely bowled. Trying to force that into the leg side, but right up in the block hole.
It's kind of a tough one. They've got to try and get boundaries, I think, is what's in their heads, but the main thing is actually just to get bat on it, because what you don't want is a dot delivery like that.
Forced past the bowler, but not the fielder down there. Just a single.
A great pick up there from Lucy Barry. To move sharply to her right.
Did the right thing there on that occasion. Got the ball into the hands first before getting rid of it. That's the most important thing. Do the fielding first, and then think about how you get the ball in. 13 for 7. 2 deliveries to go. Ball's in the air. Oh, just couldn't be taken in there. They'll just take the single.
She made every effort there. Kira Gibson thought it was going to be a second catch running backwards, but just kept leaving her.
5 runs off this final over from McMahon so far. 2 for 20 from her. Good display. Last ball. Forced into the leg side. They might come back for the second here. Just at least try and get back for the second. Are they going to make it? Yes, they are. Coulter right, the ball reared up on the wicket keeper. It was good running there to add 2 to the total. So having been asked to bat, the Typhoons reach 116 for 7 at the end of their 20 overs. Craig on 5, Loughran on 3, the not-out batters. And it'll be 117 for victory then when the Scorchers come to bat. I think they bowled well. And to get the Typhoons total to less than the 120 is a good effort.
Yeah, I think before the game they would have been pleased with that, the Scorchers, but the Typhoons added a good bit in the second half in particular. The batters not really performing to their best ability. Stokel, the mainstay, 60 from 51, and Delaney, the only other one to get into double figures. Few partnerships there. It's Stokel all the way down the left until right at the end, but no one really stuck at it. Annabelle Squires ran well, so they added 33, but no big partnership that would have elevated the total to something you'd feel would be defendable.
There's the bowling figures. Barry, McBride and McMahon got through the full complement of 4 overs, as did Bell. Canning just the 1 over. Clubs of wickets for McBride and McMahon. Bell bowled well. 1 for 13 from her 4. And that's the way the game has unfolded thus far. So 117 runs needed for victories. The Scorchers run chases coming up very shortly.
We have a fallen soldier. Yeah, this thing needs to be fixed. It doesn't work.
Put a bag over there.
And you welcome back to Railway Union, Sandymount in Dublin. Isabel Joyce and John Kenny, as we welcome you back for the Scorchers reply, now looking for 117 to victory. Slight delay to the game's resumption. We had a little shower in between the innings, but thankfully that has passed us by. Nice warm conditions here, and the Scorchers probably in the box seat, looking for 117 for victory number 3, or third game, and the second victory for them today. Typhoons looking for their first in 3, defending this small enough target. And Isabel, without that 60 from Rebecca Stokel, the only other player to get into double figures was Laura Delaney, so it wasn't a great batting performance from the Typhoons. Good work from the Scorchers, obviously, but without that 60 from Rebecca Stokel, that'd have been in real trouble.
Yeah, she was really important, wasn't she? And I thought she went through the gears nicely. Sometimes when people aren't performing down the other end, you can get a little bit frustrated, but she stuck at her task, and just a little bit of a pity that she didn't manage to bat right to the end, because I think she might have been able to get them up more towards 125, 130, and it is difficult batting conditions out there. Freya Sargent to open the bowling, Lulu Little and Gabby Lewis opening the batting. Lulu Little to face first. Boundary first ball. That's how she goes about things. She's an attacking batter, Lulu Little, and she gets them up and running straight away.
Sargent, little loosener, and it just sat up nicely, whipped away to the leg side boundary for 4, and immediately 113 now needed for victory. Good start. Typhoons need to keep it tight in the field, and this one has gone for the maximum. We saw one maximum in the Scorchers innings, or sorry, for the Typhoons innings with Rebecca Stokel. It's the one maximum, but now we've got 10 runs off the first 2 balls, and it looks like they're in a hurry.
Yeah, a little drag down from Freya Sargent. She didn't want to get swept again, but got the length entirely wrong there, and just doesn't seem to be suiting her at all. The field is long on and mid-wicket out. So she needs to bowl a bit fuller. It's going to be 4 more. Really expensive opening over this from Freya Sargent. 14 from the first 3 deliveries. And when you're chasing a low total, 3 boundaries in a row at the start, it really gets you motoring.
Louise Little, 22-year-old Irish international from Dublin, 27 one-day internationals for her country. Or T20 internationals for her country, and 14 off 3 deliveries so far. Sargent not off to the best of the starts here, just trying to change the angle here. Going around the wicket. Like back for the second here. It's a little bit of a fumble on the leg side boundary.
And Leah Paul, I don't think she meant to tumble there really, maybe just lost her balance and meant they were able to get back for the second.
I feel it will be a little bit wet because of that little shower we had.
Much better, that's the length where she's been trying to get to. Yeah, it was good timing, wasn't it, for that shower? I always think if there's going to be rain, then
do it in the middle of the innings.
Yeah, just at the break is the perfect time. You don't want to come back on and then have to go off for a rain break. This is going to missed out. Lulu Little, Joanna Loughran.
Going to come back for a second one here. That's wides.
Yeah, pity Joanna Loughran wasn't able to collect behind the stumps. Excellent running from Lulu Little.
Well, wicketkeeper actually missed the stumps, trying to whip the bails off. That did help.
Yeah, I think she might have actually been short of her ground if she'd managed to.
It's in the air, but it's going to drop in between the fielders. That's a very expensive over to start from Sargent. 20 from it. That's a small total they're playing with, so less than 100 already needed. Just the very first over, 20 without loss after one.
Yeah, a big chunk of the total in that first over. They'll feel pretty confident in there. Asked Ava Canning about why she only bowled one over. She said that she's recovering from an injury, so she's only allowed to bowl one over in this game. She has to spread her overs out during the week or something, and one over was all she's allowed. So Zara Craig has a lot of work to do to claw back some of that momentum that was released by Freya Sargent's over.
Zara Craig from the far end, 21-year-old from Irish under 19 international.
A little bit short to start off with, but yeah, she's an underrated cricketer, I think, Zara Craig. Just stands the seam up usually and can get it to nip both ways. Quite tall in her action as well. No serious pace, but she can be a bit of a handful. Changing the field for Lulu Little. Long on goes back. It's Gabby Lewis, in fact. Long on back and square leg in.
Lewis facing for the first time. Drives that down the ground. It wasn't the worst of deliveries, but that was a fine shot to open her account from Gabby Lewis. They're in a hurry here.
Yeah, slightly overpitched. Finds the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Great power from Lewis.
Yeah, I guess that bottom hand in well. Perfect timing of the ball, really. That one just flew past the fielder with no chance of cutting that one off. 25 without loss. We're only in the second over and they only need 117 for victory.
I think that loss last week to the Dragons, they know that bonus points will be important. Scorchers, of course, the team that did get a bonus point last week. They're in second place at the moment on 5, but it looks like they're going to double that if they keep going the way that they are now.
Little on strike, 18. Down the leg side. All of these runs adding up now. Thankfully that rain has passed. Nice warm afternoon here now in Sandymount. Whipped around the corner and gone. Well, it was a really strong start from Louise Little, making 18. This one she tried to force around the corner. Short fine leg snapples that one up, and it's a welcome wicket for the Typhoons. First wicket falls in the second over, 27 for 1.
She couldn't have picked her out better if she tried, could she, Lulu Little? She can't really believe her luck. Goes for 18 from 8. Scorchers 27 for 1. Wasn't the greatest of deliveries from Zara Craig. It was going down leg side. I wonder if she'll look back and think maybe I could have left this. Decided to look to keep on scoring boundaries. Helped it around, and Freya Sargent, who was the bowler who was shipping all those boundaries last over, takes a good catch.
She'll feel better at that, won't she? Having given away quite a few runs in that first over, it'll feel better about herself. It was a good catch. It came at her quite quickly. 2 hands to it. And a good catch. So the first wicket falls. The score on 27.
Emma Richardson in at number 3.
Twilight of a career, really. So we just say 38 now.
Yeah, great to see her still playing domestic cricket. Moved back to Ireland from New Zealand in the last year.
54 T20s for Ireland. 31 day internationals. Emma Richardson.
She really had to reach for that. Emma Richardson. Those are the kind of ones you can easily hit a catch to extra cover, so she'll be glad that she managed to direct it down at least.
.27 for 1. Coming to the end of the second over. Soft hands, single to the total. Richardson will retain the strike. End of 2, 28 for 1, needing 117 for victory.
Yeah, you feel like Typhoons just need to, if they can get these two out, then squeeze. They still have a chance here. The umbrella's out. I don't know if that's for the sun or for the rain.
There's no rain at the moment. It is quite warm. I think it's just to keep the rays off the head.
The blankets in the...
It's not that cold.
They came prepared for Railway Union, which is quite often quite a cold place to be. That's Christina Coulter-Riley's parents under the blankets. They've come for all weathers.
That famous picture of Clive Lloyd. Was it 1999 Ireland again? Or no, it was West Indies against Bangladesh. The World Cup match was held in Ireland. And there he is sitting at the Clontarf boundary with about 6 blankets on him and 3 towels. Wasn't used to the cold.
Good comeback this from Freya Sargent. Should be glad not to have to bowl to Lulu Little after last over. Emma Richardson, a good sweeper of the ball, so the square leg is out, as is mid-wicket.
She'd obviously be very disappointed with her opening over.
I don't think it was necessarily that bad an over. I think Lulu Little just showed her physical strength on a slow pitch to be able to muscle it over the boundary.
Thought about the quick single, but sent back by Richardson. Better from Sargent now.
Yeah, Gabby Lewis only faced 2 deliveries and we're into the 3rd over, so she's probably itching to get on strike.
Nicely weighted on that one. And it's gone all the way to the boundary as well. Just moved across the stumps and just eased it round the corner on the boundary to the Scorchers. 32 for 1 now.
Went for the placement, Emma Richardson, rather than power inside the line, just to make sure it goes backward of square, because there is a fielder there.
Sargent's first over was expensive, just 4 from that one. The boundary to Richardson ends the 3rd over, 32 for 1.
The dome in the corner, the new addition to Railway Union. Have you been in it?
No, I said this is the first time I'm back here now in quite a few years.
Yeah.
So, have you been in it yourself?
No, I've seen videos of it. It looks great. But no more training for me, thanks, John. I did enough of that.
No training at all?
I don't train, no.
No? Oh dear.
Still play the matches, but I still do coach, but I don't actually train.
Right.
Sarah Craig, I think, will be keen to bowl with a bit more consistency this over. A couple of wides, a few short deliveries last one. Plays for Phoenix. So she's bowling against her clubmate here.
Wide delivery, another one to the total, closer to At 117 they're looking for. 33 for 1 now in the 4th over. Louise Little making hay in the 1st over, scoring 17 runs of Sargent's 1st over to put themselves in a good position now. Lewis pumps that into the offside. Just be the single. Good fielding down there by Leah Paul. Keeps it to a single.
She's gone into a pretty good plan here, I think. Zara Craig just has cover out. She knows it's difficult to play with power down the ground, so those fielders up. Square leg out for the loose ball.
Very heavy day here, isn't it? No sunshine at the moment, but cloud cover, but it's pretty muggy and humid.
It is quite muggy, but pretty happy about that. It's often quite cold where we're sitting in Railway because we're close to the sea, bit of open space, so the wind has time to really attack you, but no real wind today.
It's always cold in the tent as well.
Yeah.
No matter what kind of day it is, it's always cold in the tent. Swung away. That should go all the way to the boundary. Plenty of power from Gabby Lewis, we know that. Irish international captain whacks that away through the leg side for another boundary.
It was at a catchable height, so for a second there I thought she'd helped it straight to Laura Delaney in mid-wicket, but managed to send it just a couple of yards to the side. Mr. Chairman picks it up. Good fielding in the deep.
Deep, deep.
You go long.
That's wide as well. Don't want to let Lewis free the arms. He's already on to 10 after 5 deliveries. Little making short work of Sargent in her opening over. Means they're in a good position now. Last ball of the 4th over, already on 40. Chasing 117. Beats the outside of the bat, and that will end the 4th over. And it's Scorchers, who won the toss earlier on today, put in Typhoons at the bat, made 116, chasing 117 for victory, or 40 for 1.
Brilliant start. Going at 10 and over. Very, very quick start. 20 off the first and then 20 off the next 3. So Freya Sargent will be taken out of the attack, or Laura Delaney, who will be a tricky customer on this pitch. It's a little bit slow. And she just tends to bowl that nagging length, so I'd say she'll be asking her fielders in front of the bat to be ready for the catch. Might just sit in the wicket a little bit.
Years of age now, Laura, ex-Irish captain. Plenty of experience on the domestic and international level.
And there's Gareth Delaney in the background with Father Paul.
Should get 2.
Cheeky little shot to start from Emer Richardson.
That was nicely played, actually. Just kept it all the way down the deck as well.
She's very good at those ramps and sweeps and things. Alice Walsh, very quick in point, but she was only able to keep it to 2.
Single, immediately took off. Call Lewis through. Good running.
Great judgment, because that was quite close to Jane Maguire in mid-wicket, so easily could have just opted not to run. Some of the Cricket Ireland coaching staff in the background there, Glenn Quirrell and James Cameron Dow.
the air for a moment, but just the one hop straight down the ground into the arms of Freya Sargent. No run. 43 for 1. Good over this so far from Delaney. As she said, difficult to get away on this type of pitch.
They're very consistently on that length where it's just not quite full enough for Gabby Lewis to get the hands through.
That's in the air. There's nobody down there. That's got to go all the way to the boundary. One bounce over the ropes it goes. Certainly latched onto that, Gabby Lewis.
Oh, that's the length that she was looking for. The previous deliveries just a little bit fuller from Laura Delaney, and Gabby Lewis brings the bottom hand in to send it wide of long on. Yeah, Paul's in the deep there at mid wicket. She can't cut it off.
Watch that ball all the way onto the bat. Moving inexorably past that 50 now shortly. Last ball of the over. Doesn't miss out that time. Nearly took her head off. That's a no ball. Is definitely above head height, and that's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. So Delaney has said started the over well, and suddenly has lost her line and length.
I think maybe this was supposed to be a slower delivery, just didn't finish it off. Yeah, it rolls the fingers and right shoulder height there. So it'll be a free hit. This isn't what they wanted. After starting the over so well.
It's in the air, and that's going to go for the maximum as well. It just clatters into the safety ropes or fence around the corner, and the free hit goes for the maximum. They're in a hurry here. Past 50 now.
Gets in a good position early here. Gabby Lewis, she knew exactly what boundary she was targeting. Top edge, but it sails into the netting. Actually nearly challenged the netting, so you wouldn't want to be playing bowls today.
58 for 1 at the end of 5.
Yeah, run rate required below 4. Never good reading for a bowling team, especially not in a T20.
Change of bowling now at the far end. Is it Leopold? It is Leopold. Lewis quickly onto 24 now. Just 11 deliveries faced. Certainly took Delaney downtown the last couple of deliveries of that previous over. Richardson on 9 from 12. It's just a small total defending here, 116, so this could be over in a hurry.
Nice start from Leopold. Good to see her back bowling. Didn't bowl much last year, not at this level anyway, and not for the Irish team really at all for a while, but it's always useful to have a left arm spinner in the ranks, so good to see her back at it. Feeling confident.
Can give it plenty of air. Leopold, that one just a bit shorter. Just pumped into the offside for a single to Richardson to take her into double figures. It's in the air. They're going to stop that one. That's gone all the way for the maximum as well. Lovely shot from Lewis. 6 around the corner in the previous over. This one down the ground over the cover fielder's head and all the way for 6.
A much slower one. Just testing to see what Gabby Lewis will do. She's one of the few players in the women's game who can actually just step and hit.
That's going to be 4 as well. Cover on the boundary, not able to cut it off. Could be having lunch early here.
The 10 and 2 balls again. They've really backed up their boundaries, haven't they? The Scorchers not happy to just rotate the strike after hitting a 6 or a 4. It's been a great power play for them. They've already knocked off more than half what they need to win. 12 from that Leopold over. 70 for 1 at the end of the power play.
That was the previous delivery. Wasn't great fielding. Kind of a half-hearted attempt, really, that one.
It was more, why did she come in off the boundary, Sarah Forbes, in the deep? I think she just misread. She thought the ball was going to come at her, and then it was actually wide of her. Great start from Lulu Little, 18 from just 8, before she managed to pick out the fielder off the bowling of Zara Craig. But these two now motoring. Lewis, the enforcer, 35 from 15, and Richardson just rotating things a little bit.
There's the bowling figures as well, nothing to write home about. Delaney continuing. Testing Freya Sargent's arm here. But Lewis quickly down to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, extra cover there was on the ring, so there's always one.
Should be just the one. Well, yeah, Joyce obviously has stepped away from his role as the Irish women's coach. We know that a little while ago. Made a very good contribution. Obviously, a man you know well, but made a very good contribution to Irish women. And maybe he's laid a platform here, hopefully, from Irish women's point of view, to take it on.
Yeah, 100%. There's the brains trust in the background that is still there. I haven't met the new coach yet myself, but he's definitely got the bones of a very good squad. There, the Dragons, they've come in early to watch their opposition. Orla Prendergast, she'll be on show this afternoon.
I always got the feeling over the years, I don't know if you agree or disagree with this, that maybe Ireland's performances down the years have been let down just a little bit by their fielding. We've seen actually recently as well as some of the fielding hasn't been great. Something really, really they need to work on. Too many drop catches.
Yeah, a lot of work has been put in, but we have definitely seen drop catches. They can be costly. We saw it in Pakistan recently. A few catches went down in tight games, and that, I think, was the difference.
Yeah.
The ball being hit a lot harder these days, JK. So it makes it a bit more difficult, the big bats. Especially this year with the weather being so good early on in the season. It's, you know, I was saying to one of the girls that her first match at Senior 1 level was against, I think it was the Hills, and Jane Maguire was batting, and she hits it so hard, and the ball was absolutely being pummeled at her. And I said, normally you get your first game in April and it's kind of wet. This is a slow pitch and the ball's just being tapped to you. But so it was a tough first outing for her. They're going to take on Freya Sargent here. Has to hit, doesn't throw it in the end. Which is a surprise. They have to take wickets here, the Typhoons, so they really should be attempting any opportunity for a run out.
76 for 1 now at the end of 7. Well, you've got to adapt to conditions, don't you? And you know, if the bats are getting bigger and the ball's been hit harder, then you'll just have to step up to the mark. And it is something that I've just noticed last while, that especially in that Pakistan series where Ireland's fielding is not as good as it should be. And in tight games, as you say, that can make a huge difference. Drop catches. 1 or 2 fumbles in the field out there as well. Here. But just back to Heather, he's laid a very good platform. Ireland women success, a lot down to him over the last couple of years. Leopold continuing now. That's nicely worked into the offside, a quick single, nicely called through by Gabby Lewis. Richardson moves to 14.
You can really see that she sees her role as being the anchor, just rotate, strike, and leave it up to Gabby Lewis to hit the boundaries. 50 partnership between these two. Done it in quick time as well, 34, and Gabby Lewis has been the big scorer in that partnership, and I think in the partnership between Lewis and Little was the bigger scorer.
She didn't last long though. It was all pummeled in the first over.
Didn't have to. She did her job.
Yeah. 79 for 1. They're very close to their target now. 117. You can see there, bottom of your screen. Just 3 runs and over required. It's nothing. 9 wickets in hand too. That's nicely done. There's runs to be had out there. Leopold, a bowler, and Richardson just dropped it straight in front of her. Lewis called her through. Nicely done. That's the way to keep this strike rotating.
Yeah, I'm surprised Leopold wasn't quicker to that delivery. Hasn't recognised what Richardson's game plan is, which is just to pretty much drop and run.
Joanna Lochran behind the stumps for the Typhoons, the 20-year-old. Oof, went straight between the legs, maybe chopped on.
Yeah, you need that to just go into your pad, don't you, as a keeper? There's nothing you can really do about that. If you're Joanna Lochran, you're going to hope that it just hits you. Scorchers will look to back up this good performance this morning and this afternoon. You'd imagine they'll go on to win this game, but it makes this afternoon's fixture against the Dragons really important, because they don't want the Dragons to pull away from them before next week.
Typhoons for all the world now, unless something miraculous happens, we'll go down to their 3rd defeat, and Scorchers might get a bonus point out of this. 8 down, 83 for 1.
Jane Maguire must be carrying an injury. She'd usually open the bowling for the Typhoons, but yet to see her with ball in hand, so that's a big loss for them. Ellie McGee, as soon as the power play is over, you usually see her. She's had to wait a couple of overs to bowl her leg spin. It'll be really interesting to see how they take her on this surface that for spinners it does seem like it's just holding in the surface ever so slightly. Surprised to see the Typhoons bowl their spinners from this end. Maybe the other end would be a little bit easier for them with the longer boundary to the leg side and down the ground.
You can see Leah Paul from that end, so it's spin at both ends now. Ellie McGee, the 18-year-old, under 19 international.
She was probably the standout player at the latest under 19 World Cup. Took some good wickets, bowled with consistency.
Good start. Oh, Laura Delaney, I think, is it?
Alice Walsh in point.
Alice Walsh on point, yeah. Her hair tied back similar to Laura Delaney, so apologies about that. But yeah, that was a misfield.
Yeah, very unlike Alice. I think she just had that mistake again of looking up and thinking about the throw before having the ball in the hands. Oh, nearly flew to her. She did well, actually. Nasty, those ones that
just bounce in front of you, yeah.
Hit you on the half volley. Lovely hands for me, Richardson there. She's going to continue to just deal in ones pretty much, I think. So the gap for Gabby Lewis is over mid-off. 4 fielders out our cover, and then 3 on the leg side square mid-wicket. And long on, catch chance. Freya Sargent takes it. She looks to take on the field on the offside, doesn't get the elevation, and Lewis goes before she reaches her half century. Freya Sargent takes her second, and Ellie McGee, as soon as she comes into the attack, she's making a difference. 85 for 2.
Lewis will be disappointed, didn't make the half century. Sargent's taking a couple of catches. She'll be well pleased with that after an indifferent first over. Just about to say that McGee gives it plenty of air. It's a good catch too. Both hands facing towards the ball. It's a good way to catch the ball too, just above your shoulders. And second wicket falls in the 9th over, 85 for 2. But Lewis has set a nice groundwork here.
5 4s, 2 6s. Great strike rate, so she's done it in quick time, and although she didn't make her half century, and I'm sure she'll be disappointed about that, she's pretty much done her job. Christina Coulter-Riley, the captain, will be out at number 4.
Joins Emma Richardson. He now takes on the role that Lewis has vacated. She's on 17. They got a wicket out of that over. Ends the 9th. 86 for 2.
Great start for Ellie McGee. It's not been a great day really for the Typhoons, but she's been impressive. A lovely little drift in from the leg spinner. Probably coming just a little bit too late for the Typhoons. Just 31 required now for, well, 31 required now for victory for the Scorchers, and 11 overs to do it, so they could just knock it around for the next few overs if they want, but you'd imagine one or other of these will probably take the game on.
It's gone down the leg side, it's gone for a while. I presume they would like to try and get an extra bonus point here, having got one in the first series of matches. Could be crucial.
You generally get that if you get there in, what, 16 overs? They've got 7 overs to deal with till then, so they can go nice and slowly if they want and still get the bonus point.
Ball went straight to Jane Maguire, who fired it back into the wicket-keeper and then threw her hands up in desperation. She seems a little agitated out there. I'm not surprised. Her team aren't performing as they should.
A little bit unlucky there, Leah Paul. That's just snuck down leg side. It looked like it was going towards the stumps all the way until the last second.
Umpire Alan Mazibeg thought long and hard about that one before giving it wide.
Good work from Joanna Loughran behind the stumps. Emma Richardson down the track then, goes to try and sweep and can't make her ground again. Seemed to take forever for the ball to get through to Joanna Loughran, but she whipped the bails off, and another wicket falls for the Typhoons. And for the Scorchers, Emma Richardson had obviously decided to go on the attack. She goes for 17, 1 boundary in that. Scorchers 89 for 3.
At one stage I thought she'd actually stood in her stumps, but she went down the track, stood outside the crease and couldn't get back in time. And good work by the wicket-keeper. And the 3rd wicket falls with the score on 89. Sophie McMahon, the 28-year-old Dubliner, is out in the middle now. our captain. Still in a very good position here now. 89 for 3. Just 117 needed for victory, so 28 runs required. Oof. That's dissected the fielders again. Jane Maguire down on 2 knees as it sailed past her.
She was nearly in and then straight back out. Sophie McMahon, this is a very catchable height. Just managed to get it between the 2 fielders there. Jane Maguire moving to her left and Leah Paul. She could have had 2 and 2, but instead it's 4.
Well, at least they put a bit of pressure on. It's a small total to be playing with, but at least they're getting a few wickets now and asking 1 or 2 questions out there of the Scorchers batters.
That's almost made its way under the bat. Just having a look through the Irish Senior Cup fixtures. Some interesting ties there. Donnamana against Balbriggan. Donnamana on a good cup run. Clontarf against Pembroke. They are 75 without loss in the 10th over, so they obviously just have decided they need a very big total to try and keep Pembroke under wraps. That's maybe a good one to keep an eye on.
McMahon on 5, Coulter Riley on 3. McMahon facing the last ball then of the midway point of their reply, and she's going to keep the strike. And at the end of 10, 96 for 3, 7 wickets in hand, just 21 to win.
No surprise to see Ali McGee retains the ball from this end. 1 for 3 for her.
Looks a good prospect, all right. Gives the ball plenty of air. As you mentioned, a good performer in the under-19s.
Yeah, another one who's gone from seam to spin. Earned her first contract for Cricket Ireland this year off the back of that under-19 performance. And even though she's a leg spinner, it's more about the drift in that she gets. Tends to keep the balls in play.
From what I'm saying, right on the money too. It's in the air. Oh, it's dropped. Should have been taken, even though one-handed attempt.
Yeah, I think that actually this wasn't going as high as she expected. I didn't need to jump probably there, Sarah Forbes, but would have been an excellent catch had she taken it.
It's gone down the leg side, it's wide. Is it going to drift all the way down towards the boundary? No, it's going to cut it off. 2 to the total.
Yeah, well cut off from Annabelle Squire. She came from a very long way around, but managed to make it just 1 extra.
Well, you say Forbes was a difficult chance or something. Maybe she should have taken that one. Got a hand to it. Just couldn't take it in. 1 shy of the 3 figures now.
Now 100 up now. Just 17 required from 57 deliveries. I was thinking as soon as you said she's very consistent, I was waiting for the wide there.
Give it a bit of an extra that time. Okay. Like a looping kind of deliveries, that one just a lot flatter.
Yeah, good change of pace.
For 7 for 1.5 overs. This is a good spell from McGee.
Oh, just about got the glove on that, because if she hadn't, she was heading back to the clubhouse. Scorchers, they'll have to play 2 games in the day today, 11 gone. They're 101 for 3. When you're playing 2 games in the day, you're happy for an early finish in your first game, get a bit of extra rest in the legs.
Leopold is going to be bowled out. Final over. Big appeal. Not given.
No, well, she's way outside the line, wasn't she? And I don't think it was going to hit the stump, so just a couple of problems there at the LBW, but good commitment to the appeal. Actually might have gone on to hit the stumps, but definitely outside the line for Christina Coulter-Riley.
Sophie McMahon saw the single there as well. Gets herself on strike and then lobs it into the leg side for another single. Close to the total now.
They're very, very towy. And actually I think that worked out well, because it was going to go straight to Laura Delaney if she'd got more meat on that shot.
Down on one knee again, round the corner. Should be 2 here. Are they going to take on the arm? No. Just the one. McMahon on to 9. Coulter-Riley on 5. Just 13 now for victory.
Boundaries have dried up since the top 3 have been got out by the Typhoons. But such was the work that they did that these two can just rotate the strike and they'll still be done in quick time.
It's a long chase around for the fielder. Going to come back for the second. 2 easy runs there. Nicely placed.
Yeah, she's just sweeping on line, I think, more than anything here. Christina Coulter-Riley, anything that looks like it's going down leg, she's following it and looking to score boundaries. Hasn't managed to get the full meat of the bat onto it yet, though. Changing the field, mid-wicket will come out and they'll just plug that gap there at 45.
Yeah, Frey Sargent, short fine leg.
Oh.
Oh, that's what you call a looping high delivery.
The moon ball. Excellent change up from Leopold, just asking questions of Christina Coulter-Riley.
And the umpire at the far end has a big smile on his face too. He was waiting for that to come down. There was snow on that when it came down.
Yeah.
End of the 12th, 107 for 3.
10 more required, 117 is the target. Couple of boundaries and it's all done and dusted.
Trying to get it done between now and the end of the 16th over. Get themselves a bonus point.
And you'd imagine they'll get there in the next 1 or 2 overs.
Been impressed with McGee's bowling so far, and indeed in the field she's got a very good arm.
Little tempter, full and wide.
Well, the difference between the Scorchers and the Typhoons, just 2 into double figures. Big 60 from Rebecca Stokel, just 11 from Laura Delaney, the rest all single figures. Top of the order for the Scorchers, 18 for Louise Little, and a big hitting opening over for her. Gabby Lewis made 42, Amy Richardson 17. McMahon is also into double figures, and Coulter-Riley's close to that, so just 9 to win now.
Lots more contributions from the Scorchers batters. Good awareness from Sophie McMahon.
Yeah, that's the thing, if you're playing cricket yourself, if you're ball goes behind the batter and you're at the far end, you're running to the danger zone, so it's up to you to make the call. That's a free hit, really. That one, they're going to make, hey, well, the sun shines here. Get 2. Closer to the target, just full toss. He's into the offside. Now we're on to Nelson. 111 for 3. 6 to win.
She just hasn't really been hitting them that cleanly, Sophie McMahon, but she's been very good at rotating the strike. That one was a good example. Again, full and wide, just tempting Sophie McMahon.
Like a variation, McGee. Different deliveries. Flatter sometimes. That occasion, again, this one back to the more standard way. It's a full toss though. Got away with that, just a single. Good variation. Into the over, 112 for 3.
Yeah, 1 for 12 from Ellie McGee, so she's been a top performer with the ball for the Typhoons. They just didn't have enough runs to bowl at, especially when that first over was expensive. It knocked the wind out of the Typhoons' defending ability. Freya Sargent will switch ends. They're continuing with spin.
First 2 games today. Dragons are up next against the Scorchers, and then tomorrow Typhoons against the Dragons tomorrow morning here in Railway Union. After those 3 matches in Breedy. Another 3 next weekend, Sunday and Monday. Coulter Riley on 7, McMahon facing on 14. Just 5 runs needed. Make that 4. He'd make it 3 now. They're going to run 2. That's nicely placed around the corner.
A minimum of effort from Sophie McMahon. Clever thinking the field is such that there's no 45. She's got 2 extra covers there, so obviously she's hoping for a catch in front of the wicket.
And he won't get one bowling there. That's nicely done too. Just stepped across her stumps and repeat. Really, it was a better shot, in fact. And they're going to get another 2 here. This is good stuff from McMahon. Scores level. 1 run needed for victory. This is going to be a very big, comprehensive and bonus point win for the Scorchers.
Yeah, resounding. Really changing the field. It seems a little bit like the horse is bolted, but extra cover. Leopold comes out 1 of the 2 and goes into 45.
Too little, too late. I'm afraid just 1 run needed for victory here now. Freya Sargent from the far end. McMahon facing. And it's just chipped over the infield and away to the boundary for 4. Nice way to get to the target. And it was easy in the end. In the 14th over, 120 for 3. Victory for the Scorchers in this opening game. Set a target of 117 for victory. Easy victory in the end. McMahon in the end undefeated on 22. Coulter Riley on 7. Good contributions from Louise Little, 18. Gabby Lewis, 42. Ewan Richardson, 17. And those 2 take the Scorchers safely home, and a very good win for them against a disappointing Typhoon side who never really got going. Just that 60 from Rebecca Stokel. The rest of the batters didn't perform. And Scorchers win quite comfortably in the end of the 14th over.
Good way to reach the target. Field had all come up because there was only 1 required, so Sophie McMahon had probably decided beforehand she wanted to go aerial. Slices it over for 4. She was very good coming in at the end there. Sophie McMahon, along with Christina Coulter Riley, just went about their business with the minimum of effort.
Typhoons have 24 hours to think about this for their next game against the Dragons tomorrow. Dragons will be on the field now shortly for the second game as they face the Scorchers. Here's the batting card. Typhoons, Stokel top scorer there, you can see on 60, and Nor Delaney, the only other one in double figures. So 116 for 7 off their 20 overs certainly was not enough.
No partnerships of note. Just that 33 between Stokel and Squires, which was dominated by Stokel, but big players just didn't come to the party for the Typhoons, aside from Rebecca Stokel, who made 60.
Bowling figures. Bell's 1 for 13. Very impressive. 2 wickets each from McMahon and McBride.
Dominant batting display from the Scorchers. Started off with a plum by Louise Little, 18 from 8 for her. Gabby Lewis picked up the mantle then and ran with it, 42 from just 23. And she was caught 8 short of her half century. Then Richardson decided to try and accelerate, but she was the third to fall, but Coulter, Riley and McMahon took the side home. McMahon really accelerating at the end to finish on 22 from 16. Good partnerships all the way through, apart from that short one between Richardson and Coulter Riley. Lewis and Richardson in particular impressive, with Lewis attacking and Richardson rotating. And as I said, well finished off by McMahon at the end.
There's the bowling figures. Sargent got the tap in the opening over, and that laid the groundwork for the victory for the Scorchers. Craig and McGee, I thought, bowled really well, along with Paul, the wicket takers.
So Scorchers canter home win by 7 wickets. It was dominated by their bowlers at the start, who kept the Typhoons under wraps, kept on taking wickets. McMahon at the beginning taking 2 early on and really making things difficult for the team in blue. And then the Scorchers batters came to the party. Lewis, McMahon, Little and Richardson all performing well, with McGee doing well for the Typhoons, 1 for 12 from her 3 overs. But all in all, a performance they'll want to put to bed and put right tomorrow against the Dragons. Scorchers get a little bit extra time to rest because of that win. They'll be taking on the Dragons a little bit later on at 3:15. We'll be on air just a couple of minutes before then, so we hope to see you then. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thanks for joining us, and for now, it's goodbye.